Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. What's going on, and welcome to the Pacers Sports Network. This is Voice of the Pacers, Will Dalton, and welcome out here to the USA Baseball National Training Complex in Cary, North Carolina. It's a little chilly and a little cloudy, but we got a good couple of games working with here today. Pacers coming off of another win. They are now 4-0 on the season. Game one of this series against Hampden Sydney was on the road yesterday. One of the longer games in Pacer history, going 17 innings and finishing with a final score of 5-3. Some of the lead performers at the plate for your Pacers, Nate Holt, Hunter Ward, Logan Barber, and Jackson May, all contributing to that victory yesterday. The game got locked up at 3 apiece until it got to the 17th inning, where Logan Barber hit a triple into the left center field gap, and that brought home Kyle Loki and Tyshawn Barrett, and that was runs 4 and 5 for the Pacers, and that took them to a 4-0 record. So we're going to get things started here from Cary. It's about 2:08, and here we go from Cary. Austin Skipper on the mound today here for the Pacers. He's 1-0 as a starter so far this year, getting a win against Brevard last weekend, where the Pacers swept their first series of the season here in 2020. First pitch, a hair wide, but it's going to get into the zone for a strike, number 1 for Austin Skipper. Skipper through the windup, in the zone, a line drive out to shortstop, and that's going to be caught by Hunter Ward, and that's out number 1 here for the Pacers. That'll bring up Andrew Kasiski, senior from Chesapeake, Virginia, here for the Tigers. There's only 2 pitches needed for Skipper to sit down batter number 1. First pitch in the zone, grounded to the right side, and that's going to sneak through between Tyshawn Barrett and Alex Seaton, and that's going to be the first hit of the day here for the Tigers. Andrew Kasiski on that single. This will be Chase Counts coming up to the plate, the 3-hole hitter for the Tigers. Hampden and Sydney, this is their second game of the season. The Pacers got their season started off last weekend. Hampden Sydney doing that this weekend against the Pacers. So far 0 of 1. They come to us, they are from the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, the ODAC. And obviously your Pacers, a member of the USA South Conference, as strike number 1 on the outside corner here to Austin Skipper. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Pitch outside to Counts, and it's going to be a little bit off the plate, and that'll even things up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Skipper set, deals a breaking ball. One of the first ones we've seen today out of Skipper into the dirt, and that's going to put things in Count's favor here at 2 balls, 1 strike. Kasiski out there at first base here for the Tigers of Hampden Sydney. Skipper comes up set. Now a pitch, and this is going to be a fly ball out to Nate Holt in center field. Should not have any trouble with it, and that'll be out number 2. Kasiski will head back to first base. And now the Pacers 1 out away of a fairly quick inning number 1. That'll bring up Matt Spagnolo, senior out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Runner on the move. A strike down to second base, and that's going to be out number 3. That's going to do it here for the top of the first. Nice shot there by the catcher for William Peace as Kasiski gets hosed at second base. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Nick Graziano will be the pitcher here to start things off in game number 1 for Hampden Sydney. He's a right-hander, a sophomore, standing about 6'1", from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Meanwhile, here in the bottom of the first, Gavin Taylor will get things started off here for the Pacers. Taylor 1 for 6 yesterday. Also had a walk. First pitch to Taylor. Good spot down low, just a hair too low, and that's going to be ball number 1. As Taylor will start off with a 1-0 count here in the bottom of the first. No score as of yet. As Taylor grounds one to the third base side, out of play, 1-1 count. Ground ball to the right side, and that's going to sneak through. And Taylor is on base for the first hit of the day here for the Pacers. That'll bring up Nate Holt, senior, the only senior, or one of 2 seniors here for the Pacers in the lineup to start game number 1. Holt was 3 for 8 yesterday. Did strike out 5 times, but 3 hits to his credit. Holt, one of the top performers offensively for the Pacers yesterday, with 3 hits and 8 trips to the plate. As he will take a strike number 1. As Gavin Taylor out at first base has to slide back to the bag after a pickoff attempt from Graziano. Taylor back safely. Pitch and a square up to a bunt. Nate Holt. And Graziano will just do a routine flip over to first base to get Holt on the sacrifice. Meanwhile, that'll move Gavin Taylor, speedy outfielder for the Pacers, up to second base and in scoring position. That's the first runner in scoring position for either side today. And now Tyshawn Barrett, 3-hole hitter for the Pacers, will take his first hacks of the day. Barrett 1 of 6 yesterday, scored 2 runs. Walked twice yesterday as he swings over a breaking ball, tips it away for a strike number 1. One out with Gavin Taylor out at second base. No balls, one strike coming to Tyshawn Barrett. Barrett, a transfer in from Pitt Community College. Pitch fouled away, a fastball. And that'll get sliced over the right side dugout where William Peace will be for today. And now Barrett in an 0-2 hole here with one out, and Gavin Taylor in scoring position out at second base. Graziano sets, breaking ball, moving away from Barrett. And Barrett will take this one into the dirt. Good eye there for Barrett. The first ball of the count. It's a 1-2 count, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out. As Graziano comes set yet again. A breaking ball sliced foul over the William Peace dugout. And we will reset and do this again at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch to Barrett, a fastball away off the plate, and that'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes now for the 3-hole hitter for William Peace. Fastball low, sprayed out to right field, and that's going to burn the right fielder, and Gavin Taylor is going to round third and have a good opportunity to score easily as Tyshawn Barrett heads over and slides into third base for a triple, an RBI triple, and the Pacers on the board for the first time today, 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Good job there by Tyshawn Barrett, the transfer from Pitt Community College, getting down 0-2 relatively early in the count to battle it back all the way to 2-2 and get himself a nice slide-in triple and an RBI not to mention as well. That'll bring Hunter Ward, the freshman from Clayton, North Carolina, to the plate. As he'll take a first pitch fastball for a strike. Second pitch to Ward, a breaking ball in a similar spot as the first strike, and that'll be 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes here to Hunter Ward, the freshman, who went 2 for 8 yesterday. Had an RBI, 2 strikeouts on his line as well. And he's going to take a strike number 3 inside just a bit. And that'll be out number 2 here for Hampden and Sydney here in the bottom of the first after they've given up the opening run of the day here to the Pacers. That'll bring Alex Seaton. Alex Seaton in his second year with the Pacers, a transfer in from Barton College last year. Takes a low fastball, nice spot there for Graziano, but does not catch enough of the zone. That'll be ball number 1 here to Seaton. Graziano set, deals outside, a little bit of a cut to that pitch, and that's going to catch enough of the outside corner for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here to Alex Seaton with Tyshawn Barrett 90 feet away. The next pitch, Seaton, a nice hack, tips this one away. And that'll be strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Tyshawn Barrett 90 feet away in scoring position here for the Pacers. This one outside, a fastball tipped straight back to the net, and Seaton will stay alive here and stay with 2 strikes. Looking to extend the inning and potentially drive in another run here for the Pacers that would make it 2-0 after Gavin Taylor scored just a little while ago. A breaking ball to Seaton, a line drive, however, to the third baseman. Clausen manages to handle that without even barely having to move, and that's going to take us to the end of inning number 1. Pacers on top after that inning, 1-0. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. back and ready to roll here for the top of the second from Cary. Working with about a 57-degree day here with about 3-mile-an-hour winds. A little cloudy as well. Austin Skipper back on the mound here for the top of the second. Pacers take a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first and get them in a good position here early. First pitch of the inning for Skipper, a breaking ball into the zone, but doesn't quite catch enough of it. 1-0 count. This will be Matt Spagnolo at the plate, a senior from Glen Allen, Virginia. So he'll take a strike one on the outside corner. 1-1 here for Austin Skipper. Skipper goes to his windup. Third pitch of the at-bat. Fastball in the zone, fouled over the screen. And that'll be strike two here on Spagnolo as he's in a 1-2 hole. Skipper, a junior right-hander from Wilmington, North Carolina, from New Hanover High School, goes through his windup yet again. This pitch in the dirt, and that'll even things at 2 balls, 2 strikes. No outs here yet in the top of the second. Only 1 hit for Hampden Sydney in that first inning. Skipper through the windup again, a fastball high taken by Spagnolo, and that'll take us to a full count here to open the second inning. Skipper deals. Fastball a little lower, but still high, and that'll be an opening inning walk here to Spagnolo. And then I'll bring Ryan Clausen, the third baseman who caught that line drive from Alex Seaton to close out the first inning. That'll bring him up to the plate for the first time today. Clausen, one of the better hitters yesterday for Hampden Sydney, going 3 for 7. Had a run and an RBI, and he also walked as well in one of those at-bats. And first pitch will be a ball, so 1-0 count, no outs. Next pitch swung through and missed. So now a 1-1 count. Spagnolo on first after that leadoff walk. Clausen will raise a hand, call a quick timeout before getting a sign from the coach stepping back in the box, and now a 1-1 count. Skipper will get his sign and come set, deal, fastball high. Saw quite a few of those in that first leadoff walk to Spagnolo, and now he finds himself in a 2-1 hole to Clausen, third baseman for Hampden Sydney. Next pitch, Spagnolo on the move. And they're going to call that a foul, strike number 2, as Spagnolo was trying to get on the move to second base, and that'll even it up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Spagnolo will head back to first base. It's count back even here to Clausen. Clausen, a junior right-hander from Moseley, Virginia. Pitch high, a fastball. And Skipper finds himself potentially with another walk back-to-back here in the top of the second. Skip comes set, deals a fastball high, and that's back-to-back walks here to open the second inning. So now the pitching coach for the Pacers, Dylan Finks, will come out and have a word with Skipper as Clausen moves up to first base after the walk. Spagnola moves up to second. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. One nothing still your score here on the Pacers Sports Network. Still no outs here in the top of the second. Austin Skipper with 2 leadoff walks back-to-back here in the top of the second. That'll bring up Ryan Boyce as he tries to square up for a bunt, and it'll be fouled down the third base line. Junior Ryan Clausen at first base here for the Tigers, and senior Matt Spagnolo at second base, who was that leadoff walk, and now another bunt attempt here for Boyce, but he'll bring it back and take ball number 1. And that'll take us to a 1-1 count. Tigers with their first man in scoring position of the day in Spagnolo. Skipper set, deals another fastball high as he's been up there quite a bit this inning. Another attempted bunt for Boyce, but he pulls it back and will take ball number 2. So the count in his favor now, 2-1. With runners on first and second here for Hampden-Sydney. Spagnolo, the runner in scoring position here for the Tigers, their first one of the day. Skipper set, deals. Another bunt attempt is down the third base line, fair. And Kyle Loki, the third baseman for the Pacers, not even able to get a throw off, and that will load the bases on a bunt for a hit. Now Spagnolo 90 feet away out there at third base, looking to tie things up at 1 apiece here in the top of the second. No outs as Nick Grahowski, the first baseman from Chesterfield, Virginia, will come up with bases loaded and a nice position here early in the second inning for the Tigers of Hampden-Sydney. Skipper gets his sign. First pitch of the at-bat, a breaking ball inside, and that'll be ball number 1. Grahowski 3 for 8 yesterday with 2 RBIs. As Skipper comes set for the second pitch of the at-bat is a fastball. Swinging bunt chopped in front of the plate. Skipper will field it and get a routine throw to Tyshawn Barrett out at first base. However, that'll score the first run of the game here for Hampden-Sydney. That'll even things at 1 apiece. As Clausen will move 90 feet away from taking the lead here for Hampden-Sydney. Next pitch from Skipper, first pitch of the at-bat to Josh Dumstra. A long foul ball down the left field line for a loud strike number 1, 0-1 count. Now Doomstra will call time. 2 runners in scoring position here for the Tigers at second and third. Ryan Clausen 90 feet away. Now ground ball solid down to Loki at third base, and now a pickle situation. Throw to the catcher, throw back. And now another runner caught out in the middle of nowhere. Seaton puts the tag. And now runners safe at first and third. Clausen attempting to score there and take the lead will be hosed after getting in a pickle situation. Hunter Ward on the tag, the shortstop coming up third base line, will prevent Clausen from scoring, so the score will stay right where it is at 1 run apiece. And so now runners on second and third. Two outs here for Austin Skipper. He'll face Jonathan Treisler. And now a deep shot out to left field. It's got plenty of room, and it goes right into the trees out in left field, and that's a 3-run bomb. And that'll give Hampden-Sydney their first lead of the day. 3-run bomb for Jonathan Treisler, the senior from Chesterfield, Virginia. And that gives the Tigers a 3-run, 4-1 lead here in just the top of the second. All 4 of these runs coming here in the top of the second, and that'll bring Mark Evans to the plate from Yorktown, Virginia. Little movement now down in the William Peace bullpen. Still 2 outs here for Austin Skipper, starter for the Pacers today on the mound. First pitch to Evans, a fastball a little high, and this will be skied out to Nate Holt. He shouldn't have any trouble with that. And Nate Holt will put this one away for out number 3, but good damage here for Hampden-Sydney, scoring 4 runs. 3 of those runs coming off a 3-run bomb from Jonathan Treisler. We're going to head to the bottom of the second. You're listening to the Pacer Sports Network. Heading into the bottom of the second here from the USA National Training Complex in Cary, Pacers find themselves in a 4-1 hole after giving up 4 there in the top of the second, 3 of which came from a bomb from Jonathan Treisler. And this will bring Logan Barber up to the plate. Barber, who drove in those 2 winning runs for the Pacers yesterday in the 17th inning of play down in Hampden-Sydney on the road. And Logan Barber will take a strike number 1 right down the middle for an 0-1 count. Graziano still out on the mound. 19 pitches for him in the first inning. Ball number 1 is now a 1-1 count here for Logan Barber. Barber, a transfer in from Wake Tech, a junior. Take ball number 2, so now a 2-1 count here to Barber in his favor. Barber hitting .533 so far in this young season as he skies one out to left field. And that'll be easy pickings there for Boyce out in left field, and that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Jackson May, freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina. Transfer from Winthrop University. That'll bring him up to the plate for the first time today. Went 2 for 8 yesterday for the Pacers, had an RBI as well. First pitch to May, a low fastball, but just a little too low, and it'll be ball number 1 to May. Next pitch to May inside for a strike number 1, and that'll take us to a 1-1 count here with 1 out in the bottom of the second. Third pitch to May is a breaker in for a strike, a little inside, and that'll put Jackson May into a 1-2 hole here with 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Pacers trail 4-1. Another breaking ball, Jackson May swings over it, and there's out number 2, strikeout swinging. And Graziano with a nice rhythm here in the second inning. Pacers down to their last out in the inning, and that'll bring up
now up to bat number 18,
Cole Robbins, freshman out of Mooresville, North Carolina, filling in at catcher today for Jake Norris, who is a little under the weather, to say the least. First pitch to Robbins, a fastball high in there for a strike. And that'll be an 0-1 count here to open the at-bat to Robbins, 2 outs. Graziano set deals a fastball outside, sliced foul into the net. And now Cole Robbins in a 0-2 hole here early. And Graziano 1 pitch away from getting himself out of a fairly quick bottom half of the second inning for Hampden Sydney. He comes set and deals. Breaking ball moving away from Robbins, routine grounder to shortstop, and that'll be a routine play out there for Treisler, who just an inning ago made this a 4-1 game with a 3-run homer to left field, and that's going to take us to the end of inning number 2. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Pacers trail it 4-1. To the top of the third we go here from Cary. After 2 innings, the Tigers lead it 4-1, scoring all 4 of those runs in the top of the second inning. That'll bring up Andrew Kosiski, senior from Chesapeake, Virginia, up to the plate. First pitch, a low ball, number 1. Peyton Howard, the freshman, out of the bullpen here for the Pacers in his first pitches today. He's from LaGrange, North Carolina, as he goes through his windup for pitch number 2 of the at-bat. Similar spot, inside and low, and that'll be skied out to the right field gap. Nate Holt will have no trouble with it, and that's out number 1. As Kosiski is put away in just a couple of pitches, and that'll bring up Chase Counts to the plate, senior from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Now up to bat number 36, Chase Counts.
Good first batter there for Peyton Howard out of the Pacer bullpen. Fastball low. That's ball number 1. Next pitch to Counts, a fastball high and in. And that will be ball number 2. So 2-0 count here to Chase Counts. Third pitch of the at-bat, a fastball in. There's Peyton Howard getting squeezed just a bit here in the second at-bat of the day for him out of the Pacer bullpen, and that's a 3-0 count. And a fastball high, and that's going to be a walk for Chase Counts as he'll head down the line. So first batter retired fairly easily for Peyton Howard. Second one, a 4-0 walk.
Now batting number 7, Matt Spagnolo.
That'll bring Matt Spagnolo up to the plate, a senior from Glen Allen, Virginia. Howard gives a look over to first base to Counts and deals the first pitch of the bat into the dirt. And now a shot down the line. Throw by Tashawn Barrett to second base, not in time. And Chase Counts will swipe second base and put himself in scoring position here for the Tigers here in the top of the third inning. 4-1 your score. Pacers trail by 3. Next pitch, just a hair inside for a ball. And that'll put things 2-0, 2 balls, no strikes in Matt Spagnolo's favor with a runner in scoring position out in second base. Chase Counts out to second base after stealing that bag after getting walked. Now 1 out here for Peyton Howard, and just a few batters of work out of the Pacer bullpen. He'll come set. Give a few looks out to Counts at second base and deal a fastball outside. And now a 3-0 count as Howard in trouble of walking another batter back to back. Fastball a little high, and that will be ball number 4. So back-to-back 4-0 walks here for Peyton Howard, and only 3 hitters worth of work out of that Pacer bullpen. That'll bring up Ryan Clausen, the junior from Moseley, Virginia. Clausen walked in his first at bat. First pitch to Clausen, a fastball right in the zone. Good job there for Peyton Howard after back-to-back walks to get ahead with strike number 1 here to Ryan Clausen. Runners on first and second here for Hampden Sydney. Spignolo out at first base and Chase Counts out at second base in scoring position. And next pitch, a breaking ball moving away in the zone on the outside corner, and a good spot here for Peyton Howard as he is up 0-2 here on Ryan Clausen. Howard sets, gives a few looks out to second base, deals a fastball that's fouled straight back. No balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Hampden Sydney on top 4-1 after putting up 4 runs in the last inning. Howard sets, takes a glance out to second base, and this is into the dirt low. And both runners will move up no problem into scoring position. As now Spignolo moves up to second base, and Counts will move 90 feet away from being scoring run number 5 here for Hampden Sydney out at third base. Howard sets, takes a glance at Counts at third base. Next pitch, a fastball in, and that's going to be sliced over the Pacer bullpen over there on the right side. Howard set and deals a fastball high and out. Chopped to Tyshawn Barrett down the first base line, and he'll tag the runner. And now Spignolo a little too far off second base. As Barrett's throw down to second base not in time to get Spignolo. However, Ryan Clausen is retired after the ground ball up first base line. So now 2 outs here for the Pacers here in the top of the 3rd. They trail 4-1. That'll bring Ryan Boyce up to the plate, a freshman from Suffolk, Virginia. 2 outs and working with runners, 2 runners in scoring position at second and third. Next pitch from Howard, sliced up and out. Popped over the Pacer dugout, hit the light pole up top and back onto the field. And that's strike number 1 here to Boyce. 0-1 count, 2 outs. As Howard will step off of the plate for just a second. Next pitch low into the dirt and outside, and that'll even things up at 1 ball, 1 strike. With 2 runners in scoring position at second and third here for Hampden Sydney. After scoring 4 runs in the last inning in the top of the 2nd. 3 of those from a Jonathan Treisler home run out to the left field wall. And now that one just a little inside, and that'll put things in favor of Ryan Boyce at the plate at a 2-1 count. Looking to do a little bit of damage here before we get out of the top of the third. Pitch in the dirt, but good block there from Cole Robbins. And now a really good spot here for Ryan Boyce with 2 runners in scoring position and a hitter's count. So he'll likely be looking fastball right here. Fastball right down the middle, and that'll take us to a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Boyce, trying to do a little bit of damage as he has 2 runners in scoring position here for the Tigers in the top of the third inning. Peyton Howard looking to escape this jam. And now that's going to be a walk, fastball high. And that'll load the bases as Ryan Boyce gets walked. And now Coach Dylan Finks, pitching coach for the Pacers, will come out and have a word with Peyton Howard. Bases loaded, 4-1 your score. Pacers trail 3. We'll be right here on the Pacer Sports Network. John Spate will be the relief pitcher here for the Pacers after freshman Peyton Howard finishes his day on the mound, getting through 2 1/3 inning, 2/3 of an inning with 22 pitches. And now bases loaded here in a tight spot for John Spate. 4-1 the score. Hampden Sydney up 3 after 4 runs last inning. And they're in an interesting spot here to do something similar to that, as that'll be strike 1 here for John Spade. Good job getting ahead 0-1 with 2 outs. Spade, a senior, gets ahead for strike number 2, fouled back. Spate, a senior right-hander, standing about 6'4", from Wilmington, North Carolina, went to Emsley A. Laney High School, and is now in his 3rd season of work with the Pacers and deals ball number 1 a little low and away. Excuse me, his 4th season of work here with the Pacers as he's ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes, in a great position to get out of a bases loaded jam, giving up no runs here in the 3rd. Spate sets and deals, and this is going to be sliced foul out of play over the right side. Pacers 4-0 so far here in this very young 2020 season. They are 3-0 here at home at the USA National Training Complex. Now breaking ball, hit pretty well down the third base line, on the ground foul. Is Nick Grahowski, the hitter, looking to just stay alive here as he does have bases loaded, but also faces a 1-2 count and 2 outs. Grahowski, a junior from Chesterfield, Virginia. Spate comes set and deals a breaking ball, and that's going to hit the helmet of Grahowski, and that's going to be a dead ball, bringing in run number 5 here for Hampden Sydney, and the bases will remain loaded. As Grahowski moves up to first, Boyce will be at second, and I believe it's Spagnolo that'll be out there 90 feet away in scoring position at third here for the Tigers. And they now have a 5-1 lead in the top of the 3rd. Two outs here for the Pacers. Spate facing his second batter as he deals a ball outside. This will be Josh Doomstra at the plate. Spate comes set. Second pitch of the at-bat, a fastball a little outside. Routine grounder to Alex Seaton out at second base. And a routine throw in time to Tyshawn Barrett will end the top of the 3rd. Only 1 run allowed here for Hampden Sydney, and that will make things a 5-1 ball game. They lead at 4. Pacers will hit when we come back at the bottom of the 3rd here on the Pacer Sports Network. Kyle Loki will be the hitter to start things off here in the bottom of the 3rd for the Pacers. They trail 5-1 after 4 runs scored in the 2nd inning for the Tigers, and then they scored 1, leaving 3 on base with bases loaded. Kyle Loki, a transfer in last season from Wake Tech. First pitch right down the middle, but apparently a little off, and that's going to be ball number 1 to Kyle Loki. That's ball number 2 down low, a fastball, 2 straight fastballs for balls here for Graziano in inning number 3 of play for him. Graziano down to a 3-0 count here to Kyle Loki. And now strike number 1 will be right down the middle. Graziano still in danger of a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 3rd. Loki, a senior from Concord, North Carolina, takes strike number 2. Strike number 2, still no swinging here for Kyle Loki as he has a 3-2, 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count, with no outs. Here in the opening at bat of the bottom of the 3rd, fastball high, and that's going to be a leadoff walk for Kyle Loki. So he'll head down to first base, and that'll bring things back up to the top of the lineup for the Pacers. Gavin Taylor, transfer from Rockingham Community College this season in. Taylor 1 for 1 so far, as he's that one and only run to score here for the Pacers after Tyshawn Barrett got him in on a triple. And this is a bunt popped right back to Graziano, just left of the mound. So a failed bunt attempt there for Gavin Taylor. We'll see out number 1. Kyle Loki still at first base, right where he was already. Nate Holt now the batter, the 2-hole hitter here for the Pacers, takes a ball low, just above the dirt. That'll be ball number 1 here with 1 out, and Kyle Loki down at first base for the Pacers after what was a leadoff walk here for Nick Graziano in his 3rd inning of play. Next pitch in there to Holt for a strike, so now an even 1-1 count. Hampden Sydney on top 5-1, looking to get their first win of the season after being 0 of 1 after yesterday's opening series loss to the Pacers in 17 innings of play. And now a ball chopped down the third base line is going to be ruled foul, and that's strike number 2 here for Nate Holt. As that easily had double written all over it had that been called fair, and maybe even another run for the Pacers. But that score will stay right where it is at 5-1. Hampden Sydney up 4. And Nate Holt now in a 1-2 hole with Kyle Loki out at first base. And now a floater out to right field, and it's going to be in the air just long enough to be caught. Mark Evans out there in right field for Hampden Sydney on the play. And that's out number 2, as so far that leadoff walk for Graziano not coming back to hurt him just yet. But that'll bring up Tyshawn Barrett, who tripled in his last at bat and drove in that one and only run here for the Pacers early in this game, back in the 1st inning. Barrett, a transfer in from Pitt Community College, drills one to left field, and that's going to be down for a single. That'll move Loki up to second base, and now Tyshawn Barrett 2 for 2 with a triple and a single. That'll bring up Hunter Ward, freshman from Clayton, North Carolina, and cleanup hitter. Is now Kyle Loki out at second base in scoring position here for the Pacers with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. First pitch fouled straight back for Hunter Ward. Fastball just a little high. That'll be strike number 1, 0-1 count with 2 outs. Here for Nick Graziano, the right-hander out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. 41 pitches so far today for Graziano, and 42 coming up right here. A fastball in the dirt, maybe even a changeup as it dived down into the dirt for ball number 1. A 1-1 even count here to Hunter Ward, the freshman for the Pacers. Ward, the shortstop here today. 3 hits apiece for both sides. However, quite different scores as Hampden Sydney leads at 5-1, and now a good eye here for Hunter Ward to take a ball low and off the plate for ball number 2. 2-1 count in Ward's favor, as he'll likely be looking fastball right here. Graziano sets, deals, pitch number 3 of the at-bat. That'll be chopped near the Hampden Sydney dugout for a foul ball, and so that 2-strike count will stay right where it is. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here with Hunter Ward at the plate for the Pacers. Kyle Loki in scoring position at second base. Tyshawn Barrett at first after a nice easy single out to left field. Next pitch to Ward in the dirt. And that'll take us to a full count. Good spot here for Hunter Ward. Good opportunity here for the Pacers with a runner in scoring position. Kyle Loki out there at second base. Next pitch to Ward, drilled down the third base line, and Kyle Loki will score easily. Tyshawn Barrett will hold up at third base. Hunter Ward will stay at first for a single. And a nice RBI there for the freshman Hunter Ward, the shortstop for the Pacers, and that'll make things a 3-run ball game at 5-2. That was hit number 4 today for the Pacers. And Tyshawn Barrett will move up 90 feet away from scoring himself down there at third base. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. So Graziano will remain out there on the mound after a quick meeting with assistant coach for Hampden Sydney, Robbie Bailey, who's also the recruiting coordinator there for Hampden and Sydney. It's now Alex Seaton at the plate with 2 outs. Skies went out to center field. And now that will be out number 3 with Doomstra on the catch. However, the Pacers chipping away at that lead, as it's now down to 3. 5-2 your score as we head to the top of the 4th. Good work there by the Pacers and good work there from Graziano to get out of what could have been an ugly position there for Hampden Sydney. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Jonathan Treisler will be the leadoff hitter here in the top of the 4th inning. 5-2 your score. Hampden Sydney leads it by 3. here against the Pacers. Treisler made things very interesting in his last at bat, which was a 3-run bomb out over the left field wall, which made things a 4-1 ball game as it now sits at 5-2. First pitch from John Spate down into the dirt for ball one, who's back out there in his second inning of play here out of the Pacer bullpen. Spate through the windup, deals a fastball high. That'll be ball number 2, 2-0 count here to Treisler. Treisler, a senior out of Chesterfield, Virginia. Third pitch of the at-bat, high as well, and that'll be ball 3, 3-0 count here to Jonathan Treisler. Good spot there for John Spate, and good job there for Cole Robbins to stick a nice fastball low. However, 3-1 the count, 3 balls, 1 strike. Jonathan Treisler still in favor here, still looking fastball, I'm sure. He gets a breaking ball moving away. Good spot there for John Spate, and that'll make things a full 3 balls, 2 strike count. Next pitch to Treisler is skied over the right side. Out of play foul over the Pacer dugout. Ground ball over to the left side, out of play foul here for Jonathan Treisler, as the count will stay right where it is at 3 balls, 2 strikes. No outs just yet, with Jonathan Treisler being the leadoff hitter here in the top of the 4th inning. 5-2 the score, Hampden Sydney up 3. Next pitch to Treisler down low, and that'll be a leadoff walk here for John Spate in his second inning of play out of that Pacer bullpen. That'll bring Mark Evans, sophomore from Yorktown, Virginia, up to the plate. Evans 0 for 2 so far today. He is the right fielder for Hampden and Sydney. First pitch a bit too high. That'll put things at 1 balls, no strikes. No outs here in the top of the 4th. Pitch inside, a ball, 2-0 count. Mark Evans ahead already, 2-0 here in this count after the leadoff walk to Jonathan Treisler. Treisler, who had that 3-run bomb in the second inning that made this a 4-1 ball game. It's now a 5-2 ball game after the Pacers scored a run to chip away at that 4-run lead last inning, making it now a 3-run lead. The first strike of the at-bat now here to Mark Evans from John Spate. Runner on the move, Treisler will get in there easily down at second base, swiping a bag here early in the 4th inning. Throw from Robbins a little off to the left and not in time to get Treisler. Next pitch from Spate, high, and that's back-to-back walks here for John Spate in his second inning of play out of the Pacer bullpen, and that'll bring out Coach Dylan Finks, pitching coach for the Pacers, as we take a short break here in the top of the 4th inning. Runners on first and second for Hampden Sydney. They're on top 5-2. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Brendan Shea will now be the pitcher here for the Pacers after John Spate will finish up his time here in game one of our doubleheader here today from the USA Baseball National Training Complex in Cary. Top of the fourth inning, still no outs. Pacers trail 5-2. Pacers have 4 hits. Hampden Sydney has 3. Shea, a sophomore lefty out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. He'll face Andrew Kasiski for his first batter of the day. And here comes the first pitch from Shea. It'll be a fastball in for strike number 1. Good spot there for Brendan Shea. Shea sets, takes a glance out to second base. Runners on first and second. The pitch a little low. Fastball, and that'll even things up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Still no outs. Treisler on second base. Evans on first. Back-to-back walks that got them on the bases, and then Treisler stole second, actually, is how he got out there in scoring position at second base. Shea comes set, takes a glance out at Treisler and deals, and a fastball chopped right in front of the plate for a foul, and that'll be strike number 2 here for Brendan Shea. Looking to sit down his first batter faced of the day. Now time taken. Here as Shea will take a step off the mound and step right back onto the rubber. Runners on first and second. Pitch outside for ball number 2 of the at-bat. 2-2 count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, still no outs. Shea comes set, takes a glance out at Treisler at second base in scoring position and deals. A nice spot, fastball low and in. Swung right over for Kasiski, and that's out number 1. Good job there for Brendan Shea to sit down his first batter of the inning. Second batter Shea will face. This will be Chase Counts, the senior from Virginia Beach, Virginia. With Treisler still out at second base. Now Treisler on the move to third. Bunt put down by Counts, and it's going to be out of play. Foul up the first base line. Treisler attempting to swipe 2 bags so far on this trip on the base pass. He stole second just a little while ago. However, the foul ball will send him right back where he was. Treisler still out at second. Evans at first. Back-to-back walks, how they got on. Now Chase Counts at the plate with no balls, 1 strike, and 1 out. Fastball in and low is going to get by Robbins, and that's going to extend both runners out to second and third, both of them in scoring position. Treisler 90 feet away at third, Evans out at second base. One ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Five pitches so far here for Shea. Fresh out of the Pacer bullpen, taking over for John Spate. And now this pitch is going to be a fastball outside, fouled over the backstop and out of play. And that'll be 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Here coming to Counts with 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position. Treisler out there at third, 90 feet away. Shea comes set and deals. Fastball outside. It's going to be fielded by Ward. He loses it at short. Throw still in time. As Tyshawn Barrett will put the tag on Counts, and that'll be out number 2. Treisler will score, and that'll make it a 6-2 ball game. So now Matt Spignolo, senior out of Glen Allen, Virginia, will come up with 2 outs and a runner at third base, 90 feet away in scoring position. Mark Evans out there at third base. Hampden Sydney up 4 now, 6-2. They've scored a run, at least 1 run in every inning except for the first one. They dropped 4 in the second inning, 1 last inning, and now 1 in this one, and now have 1 more run 90 feet away at third. Mark Evans out there after getting walked earlier in the inning. Brendan Shea now at 9 pitches here, fresh out of the Pacer bullpen, deals a fastball into the dirt. That'll be ball number 1. Here to Spignolo, 1-1 count, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner at third base. And a 6-2 ball game in favor of Hampden Sydney. Shea deals. This will be a shallow fly ball. Both Taylor and Holt converge on it. Nate Holt will be the one to call it off and take it. And that will be out number 3, ending the top of the fourth. The Pacers will head to the plate. 1 run scored there by Hampden Sydney. They lead it 6-2. You're listening to the Pacer Sports Network. Logan Barber will be the hitter to lead off the bottom of the fourth here for the Pacers. 6-2 your score. Tigers of Hampden Sydney up by 4 runs. They've scored at least 1 run in all except the first inning, scoring 4 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 just a little while ago in the top of this inning, the fourth, as the first pitch at the bottom of the fourth will be an outside fastball for a strike. 0-1 here to Logan Barber. And Barber will take strike number 2 a little low. Umpire expanding the zone just a bit right here. Barber, the DH today for the Pacers. Drills a shot to shortstop on the ground, and that's going to be a routine play out there for Jonathan Treisler. And that will be out number 1, and we'll bring up freshman catcher Cole Robbins. Robbins from Mooresville, North Carolina, and Lake Norman High School out there in Mooresville. Excuse me, that'll be Jackson May up to the plate, Robbins on deck. First pitch to May. Outside and low for a strike, number 1 taken, 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. About midway through game number 1 of our doubleheader here today from Cary. Graziano still out there dealing so far for Hampden Sydney as he throws strike number 1 swinging, or excuse me, strike number 2 swinging here to Jackson May. May took the first pitch strike. Third pitch of the at-bat chopped off the foot of May. Foul ball out of play. And the count will stay right where it is at no balls, 2 strikes here with 1 out. Jackson May, freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina, heading back into the box after fouling a ball off of his foot. And now it's an 0-2 count, and now a 1-2 count. Breaking ball moving away. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth. Fastball low. Will be chopped foul right in front of the plate. Count will stay right where it is at 1 ball, 2 strikes here for Jackson May. May 0 for 1 so far today, striking out in his first at bat today in game 1. And now facing a 1-2 count here in at bat number 2. As Graziano deals a fastball high and outside, and it'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good job here by Jackson May to battle back to an even count at 2-2 with 1 out. No runners on here for the Pacers. Next pitch from Graziano, a breaking ball away, and just like that, an 0-2 count turns into a 3-2 count. As Jackson May has battled right back into this at bat, Graziano kicks and deals, and that's going to be a walk to put Jackson May on base. Good discipline there at the plate to go from an 0-2 hole all the way to a walk and a runner on first base in Jackson May. And that'll bring up Cole Robbins, freshman catcher from Mooresville, North Carolina, up to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth. 6-2 ball game on our hands. Hampden Sydney up 4. Pacers got out to an early 1-0 lead, but it was short-lived as now a ball driven into the left field gap. That's going to send Jackson May to third base. Robbins will stay right where he is at first for a single. Good solid shot out to the left field gap for Cole Robbins, freshman catcher. And that'll bring up Kyle Loki to the plate, the lefty, with runners on first and third. Jackson May 90 feet away in scoring position. The Pacers scored a run last inning, as it is a 6-2 ball game. Pacers got out to an early 1-0 lead, but it was short-lived after Hampden Sydney dropped 4 in the second inning to make it a 4-1 ball game, and now it's 6-2 in favor of Hampden Sydney. First strike dealt to Kyle Loki. 0-1 count with 1 out and a runner in scoring position, also 1 at first. And this one fouled straight back for strike number 2 as Kyle Loki in an early 0-2 hole here with 1 out. Loki, a transfer in last season from Wake Tech, just up the road, not too far away from here. Now a pickoff move over to first base. Cole Robbins will slide in safely with no balls and 2 strikes for Kyle Loki here at the plate for the Pacers. 1 out. And a potential third run 90 feet away in Jackson May here for the Pacers at third base. That's going to be a ball into the dirt and inside. Graziano sets and deals. Another pitch into the dirt to Loki. And just like that, it's an even 2-ball, 2-strike count for Kyle Loki. Similar situation just a couple batters ago for Jackson May. Got down to an 0-2 count, battled it back to 2-2, and then eventually a full count, and eventually was walked. And that's how that runner in Jackson May is 90 feet away at third base in scoring position. And now he will score after Kyle Loki drills a hard ground ball out to right field for a single. And now it is a 6-3 ball game. Pacers trail 3. However, they've chipped away just a little bit, scoring 1 last inning and now 1 this inning. Jackson May will cross the plate on that single by Kyle Loki. Loki now at first. Cole Robbins out at second. Back-to-back singles here for the Pacers. That hit for Kyle Loki was hit number 6 today as a team here for the Pacers. Only 3 hits for Hampden Sydney. One of them being a 3-run homer, which is the reason the score is as lopsided as it is. However, the Pacers chipping away slowly but surely. Gavin Taylor, leadoff hitter for the Pacers, back up to the plate for the 3rd time today. He'll spit on a breaking ball moving away. And outside for ball number 1, 1-0 count with 1 out. Another runner in scoring position in Cole Robbins out at second base. Kyle Loki out at first after his RBI single just a minute ago. Now a pickoff move out to Robbins at second base. Robbins will slide right back in safely. .65 pitches so far through about 4 1/3, or about 3 1/3 innings of work here for Graziano, the starter for Hampden and Sydney. As he deals a ball 2-0. And now Gavin Taylor finds himself in a nice hitter's count. 2 balls, no strikes with 1 out. And runners on first and second here for the Pacers, looking to even this thing up as quickly as they can. A high fastball gets away from the catcher, Kasiski, but runners will hold right where they are. Gavin Taylor now with a 3-0 count. And Graziano in danger of loading the bases here with a 4-0 walk with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Pacers trail 3, 6-3. And now a fastball in there on the inside corner, 3-1 now. Gavin Taylor's still ahead. Taylor, a transfer in this season from Rockingham Community College. Now this one chopped foul right in front of the plate, and that'll be strike number 2. So now we have a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Runners on first and second here for the Pacers as they continue to try and chip away at that 3-run lead that Hampden-Sydney has at the moment. Next pitch from Graziano. Breaking ball diving into the dirt, fouled down the third base line. Gavin Taylor will stay alive. 3-2 count will stay right where it is. Graziano sets and deals to Taylor, and that went into the dirt, and that'll load things up as Gavin Taylor heads down to first base with a walk. Got ahead 3-0 there, and then Graziano battled it back to a full count, and after fouling away a few pitches on that full count, Taylor gets walked and will head down to first base, loading things up on the base pass here for the Pacers. Gavin Taylor at first, Kyle Loki at second, and Cole Robbins, the freshman catcher, at third. Now Coach Robbie Bailey will head out and have a quick meeting with Graziano. That could be it so far for Graziano, as he has gotten through 3 1/3 inning of play. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Pacers trail 6-3. So Graziano will remain out there after what looked like he might be done for the day, as Coach Robbie Bailey, assistant coach for Hampden-Sydney, came out for his second meeting of the game with Graziano, but Graziano will stay right where he is. He does have 72 pitches today, and the Hampden-Sydney bullpen is active. And now a first pitch fastball low. Good spot there for Graziano as he gets ahead of Nate Holt with 0-1 being the count. 1 out. Bases loaded here for the Pacers. Pacers in a great spot here. Ball 1 inside. 1-1 count. Nate Holt was in a similar situation last weekend against Brevard, where the Pacers also was trailing, and he ended up clearing for a bases loaded triple, clearing the base pass and scoring 3 runs. As now that's going to be a shallow right field fly out there for Nate Holt, and that'll bring up 3-hole hitter Tyshawn Barrett. As I was saying just a moment ago, Holt in a similar situation last weekend. He ended up clearing the base pass last weekend to tie up Brevard and end up leading the Pacers to a big 11-run inning. And what was that, Game 3 win and a 3-0 sweep against Brevard. But Holt does not get the same result right there. And that's out number 2, and now a foul ball to the right side for Tyshawn Barrett. He's 0-1 on his count right now. No balls, 1 strike. He's 2 for 2 so far today, as he takes ball 1 into the dirt and outside. 1-1 for Tyshawn Barrett with 2 outs and bases loaded. This is the guy you would want in this spot, as he did have a triple in his first at bat and a single in his second, driving in the first run today for the Pacers with that single, and now he is 1-2 down in the count to Graziano. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The catcher Cole Robbins 90 feet away at third base. Fastball high, good job there by Barrett to take it, and that's going to even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Graziano deals a breaking ball, and that's a line drive that looked like it might sneak through, but a great play, who's no doubt been the player of the game here for Hampden Sydney. Jonathan Treisler lays out and makes a great play out in the hole between short and third, and that's going to end the bottom of the fourth inning. Pacers score a run and cut into that deficit just a little bit. 6-3 your score as we head to the top of the fifth. Six-3 your score. Welcome back to the Pacers Sports Network. Pacers trailing by 3, but chipping away at that deficit slowly but surely as they drove in 1 run in the last inning. So did Hampden Sydney. They are back at the plate here in the top of the fifth. Brennan Shea back in here for his second inning of work, facing Ryan Clausen as he calls a quick time, gets a few practice swings in, a few dry cuts, and steps back into the box. Shea, first pitch of the inning, a wild one inside, doesn't quite make contact with Clausen. However, Clausen has to scoot out of the way. Next pitch from Shea, a fastball high, and now Clausen in control with a 2-ball, no strike count, no outs. Here as Clausen is the first batter of the top of the fifth. Hampden Sydney up 6-3, and now a drilled fly ball to the left side, and not quite enough room out there for May. And that's going to be a loud strike number 1. So now 2 balls, 1 strike.
Runner here, babe. Get started.
Next pitch from Shea, a fastball. Looked like had a little cutting action moving away there from Ryan Clausen as he fouls it and tips it straight back. And now a 2-2 even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes after Shea got down 2-0. Now a fastball in will get sliced over the Pacer dugout on the right side out of play, and so the count will stay right where it is at 2 balls, 2 strikes with no outs. Clausen, a junior from Moseley, Virginia, and also the leadoff hitter here in the 5th inning. Shea deals yet another pitch, and this one's skied up in the infield, called by Kyle Loki. As it almost gets away from Loki, but he stays with it, and that's going to be an out number 1. That'll bring Ryan Boyce to the plate. Boyce 1 for 1 so far today. He got walked in one of his other at-bats. He's also scored a run, one of those 6 runs here for Hampden Sydney as they lead at 6-3 in the top of the 5th. Shea, first pitch to Boyce is going to be low for a strike number 1 here with 1 out. Second pitch of the at-bat from Shea is cutting action fastball. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Shea deals, and a solid ground ball down the third base line to Loki. Throw across the field in time, and Tyshawn Barrett stretches out and stays on the bag, and that's going to be out number 2. Bang, bang there for Brendan Shea fairly quickly. Shea looking like he could potentially get out of the top of the 5th. 1-2-3, as that'll bring up Nick Grahowski, the first baseman from Chesterfield, Virginia. First pitch to Grahowski is going to be inside and in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-0 count with 2 outs. Nobody on. Shea deals a fastball. Some good cutting movement away. Now it's going to be a 2-0 count here with 2 outs. Next pitch fouled down the third base line by Krahowski. That'll be the first strike of the at-bat here for Shea. 2-1 count, 2 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Shea looking to get out of this 1-2-3 as he deals. This one drilled down into the left field corner, but it's going to be out of play. Does get over the wall, but doesn't quite stay fair as it slices foul for a loud out number 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Shea gets the count back even. And now he's 1 pitch away from ending this one 1-2-3 with 2 outs. Nobody on here in the top of the 5th. Pitch to Grahowski is up and away with a little cutting action moving away. And that'll take the count to 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Fastball a little low, and it slices off the bat and into the right field corner over to Gavin Taylor, and that's going to be out number 3. So 1-2-3 inning there for Brendan Shea as it gets out of this inning. And so far in his young outing out of the Pacer bullpen, just over 20 pitches, 21 to be exact. When we come back, Pacers going to be added on offense again. Bottom of the 5th coming up here on the Pacer Sports Network. Mark Curran will be the new pitcher here, taking over for Graziano, who finished his outing with about 80 pitches, completing 4 innings worth of play. Curran, a right-hander, he's a freshman standing about 6'2", from Toano, Virginia, and War Hill High School. And the first batter he'll face will be Hunter Ward, freshman from Clayton, North Carolina. It's the first pitch a little low for ball number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Hampden Sydney's had the lead since the 2nd inning when Jonathan Treisler jacked a 3-run bomb over the left field wall, and they've held that lead ever since, as it's now at 6-3. Pacers chipping away slowly but surely, however, after Tyshawn Barrett drove in the opening run to give them a 1-0 lead. In this one, they've also scored a run in the 3rd and the 4th, and they'll look to keep chipping away here as it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count here for Hunter Ward. Curran comes set. Curran, a sidearm pitcher, deals strike number 2, and that'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes with no outs here in bases loaded. Next pitch will be a ball, just a little low and in, and that'll take us to a 3-2 full count here with no outs in the opening at bat here for Peace in the top of the 5th, and that's going to be a leadoff walk here for Hunter Ward, freshman shortstop. So now Peace will have a man on first with Alex Seaton coming up to the plate, junior from Wendell, North Carolina, a transfer in last year from Barton College. First pitch, a ball to Seaton. Seaton 0 for 1 so far today, as now he gets ahead of Curran with 1 ball and no strike and a runner out on first. Now that'll be a 2-0 count as Kosiski sends a dart down the first base line to try and hose Hunter Ward, but Ward gets back in time. So now Seaton will find himself in a nice hitter's count and will likely be looking fastball here with 2 balls and no strikes. And a runner on first, and a fairly sizable lead out there for Hunter Ward. Curran comes set, deals a sidearm delivery, and this one fouled right in front of the plate. Alex Seaton now still in control of the at-bat, 2 balls, 1 strike. 6 pitches so far, Curran, in his early outing here out of the Hampden Sydney bullpen. Now a pickoff move, a nonchalant pickoff, and Hunter Ward gets back in time over at first base. Seaton will step back in, ahead 2 balls, 1 strike in this at-bat so far. And now another pickoff move over to first base. Ward gets back in time yet again, as he has had a fairly sizable lead out there this entire at-bat. After getting walked, he was the leadoff hitter. A leadoff walk here for Curran, fresh out of the Hampden Sydney bullpen. Next pitch, Seaton takes, and that's going to be a little low and out. And now Seaton really in control of the at-bat with 3 balls and 1 strike. Here with no outs in the bottom of the 5th here from Carey. Next pitch, Seaton slices this one over the Pacer dugout and out of play. And so now it's going to be a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes with no outs. Hunter Ward, the runner out at first base after the leadoff walk for the Pacers. Curran comes set and deals. Ward on the move. Seton fouls it straight back, so Ward will go right back where he started at first base. Count will stay right where it is at 3 balls, 2 strikes with no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. 6 hits so far for William Peace. 6-3 your score. Pacers trail by 3. They've trailed ever since the 2nd inning, but they are chipping away. Scored a run in the 3rd and the 4th as Ward's on the move again. Strike 3 swung and missed. Ward gets down there safely, and they may so Seton will swing through strike number 3. He's 0 for 2 so far today, and now they're going to say an interference call. So that'll be an interference call, and Ward will come off the base pass. So now 2 outs here for Curran after getting a nice break there. That'll bring up Andrew Kasiski, that'll bring up Logan Barber. Next pitch, a breaking ball. Breaks a little too far out of the zone. That'll be ball number 1 for Logan Barber, who drove in the winning runs there for the Pacers in that 17-inning affair yesterday. And now he'll take ball number 2 wide and into the dirt. Curran comes set and deals. This one inside to Barber, and now 3 balls, no strikes. Nobody on after Hunter Ward was called out after an interference call at the plate on the strikeout from Alex Seton, as Kasiski, the catcher for Hampden-Sydney, attempted to throw down to second base, and that's how those 2 outs happened, kind of bang-bang there in favor of Hampden-Sydney. And now strike 1 catches the outside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Logan Barber still with a favorable count, and will take ball number 4 there, and so he will head down to first base after a walk. Second walk of the inning here from Curran. This being his first inning of work out of the Hampden-Sydney bullpen. That'll bring Jackson May, freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina, to the plate here in his first season for the Pacers. Curran deals, and this is a big hack and a big miss from Jackson May. That'll start the count off at no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with a runner on first. Logan Barber, the runner, after that walk. Second one of the inning here from Curran. Next pitch gets away from Kasiski, low and away, and Barber will easily take second. Now 1 ball, 1 strike to Jackson May with 2 outs. Next pitch drilled right up the middle by Jackson May, and that'll bring Logan Barber around the third base line, and he will score, and that will make this a 2-run ball game, 6-4 now. Pacers with a run in each of the last 3 straight innings, cutting away at that Hampden-Sydney lead. And now Coach Bailey will head out and make a pitching change, and that'll do it for Mark Curran after giving up a run there to the Pacers, walking 2 as well, including the leadoff hitter. New pitcher coming up here for Hampden-Sydney. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. back at it here in the bottom of the 5th. New pitcher here for Hampden Sydney. Kieran Conway, the new pitcher fresh out of the Hampden Sydney bullpen after Curran was only able to get through 2/3 of this inning. No balls, no strikes, fresh batter. As the first pitch is away to Cole Robbins, freshman catcher for the Pacers. Next pitch catches enough of the outside corner, and that'll even things up at 1-1. Here to Cole Robbins, freshman from Mooresville, North Carolina, a product of Lake Norman High School. Robbins dances out of the way of that one, and that will be ball 2. 2-1 the count here with 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, Pacers chipping away slowly but surely as they've scored yet another run in this inning. They've scored at least one in every inning except for the second. So now they've got that lead down to 2 for Hampden Sydney. 6-4 the score. Pacers have 7 hits. Hampden Sydney has 3. And really the whole reason for the lopsided score is because of a 3-run bomb by Jonathan Schreisler. Meanwhile, a shot down the left field line. That'll put Cole Robbins on base, and that'll move another runner in Jackson May 90 feet away from scoring position at third. And the Pacers in a nice spot here yet again, maybe to score a run. This would potentially be the first inning that they've scored in. They've scored in every inning except the second inning. This will be the first one that they've scored more than one. So now that was hit number 8 for the Pacers. Kyle Loki at bat now for the Pacers as he slices the first pitch of the at-bat foul over the Hampden Sydney dugout on the left side. Second pitch to Loki, down low, catches the outside corner. And that'll make things 0-2. Next pitch low and away for ball number 1, so that'll be a 1-2 count here with 2 outs. And runners on second and third. 2 runners in scoring position here for the Pacers. Kyle Loki in a nice spot as he chops this one to second base on the right side, and it's mishandled, and that's a run. And now a wild throw to first, and the Pacers have tied it at 6. Back-to-back errors. An error by the second baseman counts on the field. And then he throws it away. And that will put the Pacers right back in this one at 6 apiece. They scored 2 runs there. They've already scored 1 this inning. And then they scored 2 runs right there on back-to-back errors on what was a fairly routine play out at second base, hit by Kyle Loki. And that'll take things back to the top of the Pacer lineup. Gavin Taylor. And now he gets hit by the pitch. And that'll put him up at first base. Loki will move up to second. Now that'll bring up Nate Holt to the plate. Holt flew out to shallow right field his last attempt. Nate Holt 0 for 2 so far today. Flew out to right field his last at bat. First pitch to Holt, driven down the third base line. Loki rolls around third. Throw to third base. Taylor doesn't get in time. And the Pacers reclaim the lead for the first time since the top of the second inning. Nate Holt, who found himself in a similar situation last week against Brevard, literally same spot, drills a hard ground ball down third base line, both last weekend to tie game 3 of the 3-game series against Brevard, and Pacers go on to score 11 in that inning as Nate Holt really got that rally started. And then, of course, the Pacers went on to sweep Brevard, and he literally does the same thing right there, almost same spot, same contact, same everything, and that gives the Pacers a 7-6 lead, their first one since that 3-run bomb by Jonathan Treisler that gave Hampden Sydney a 4-1 lead. Pacers opened it at a 1-0 lead in the first inning, and now they are back on top by 1 here again. Here in the bottom of the 5th, they've scored 4 this inning, as now Tyshawn Barrett takes ball number 1. He fouled the first pitch straight back, so 1 ball, 1 strike here for Tyshawn Barrett. 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position. Gavin Taylor 90 feet away at third. Nate Holt out at second base, the Pacers center fielder. And Tyshawn Barrett slices one off again, almost identical to the first pitch of the at-bat. So 1-2 count. Tyshawn Barrett in a hole here early in the at-bat. Barrett with a triple and a single already today takes ball 2 high, and now it's an even 2-2 count here with 2 outs and 2 runners in scoring position. 2s all around here for the Pacers as they lead it 7-6. 9 hits to their credit today. Next pitch to Barrett. Breaking ball moving away. It'll be sliced over and out of play down the right field line near the near the Pacer bullpen. Next pitch to Barrett, identical pitch that time. An identical result as this one's also fouled near the Pacer bullpen. Count will stay right where it is at 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs and 2 men in scoring position. Gavin Taylor being the one 90 feet away at third base for the Pacers. Fastball outside to Barrett into the gap. It's carrying. And that one's 1 hop off the wall. That'll score 2. Both Taylor and Holt score, and here comes Barrett. He's got 2 triples. Tyshawn Barrett, his second triple of the game. And the Pacers have a 3-run lead at 9-6 here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring out Coach Robbie Bailey for Hampden Sydney. And that'll likely be it here for Kieran Conway. Quick pitching change here for Hampden Sydney. Pacers exploding with some offense. 6 runs so far here in the 5th inning, and they likely are not done yet. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Hunter Ward now the hitter for the Pacers, and a new pitcher on for Hampden Sydney, Russell Bowles, right-hander freshman, as now he almost gave up a shot down the left field line to freshman Hunter Ward. However, it'll be just enough foul, and that'll be a loud strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs here for Hampden Sydney. Bowles, a freshman from Moseley, Virginia, and he'll be the new pitcher out of the Hampden Sydney bullpen as he deals pitch number 2 here to Ward, and that'll catch just enough of the outside corner. Strike number 2, so a quick 0-2 hole here for Ward. Another pitch outside, but just a little off the plate. And that'll be the first ball of the at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here for Hunter Ward. Pacers up 9-6 off of an explosion of offense this inning. 6 runs they've scored. Now a routine ground ball to Treisler out to shortstop, and the throw gets Ward in time, and that will end a very productive inning here for the Pacers, as they put up 6 runs, several errors in there, or at least 1 error there for Hampden Sydney. However, Pacers lead it after 5, 9-6. We'll be right back for the top of the 6th, right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Brandon Shea back out there on the mound for the Pacers. He'll lead off the inning facing Josh Doomstra, senior from Montpelier, Virginia. As Hampden Sydney finds themselves on the wrong side of the scoreboard for the first time since the 2nd inning. The Pacers drop 6 in the bottom of the 5th and make this a 9-6 ball game. Pacers up 3 as Shea deals a first pitch ball outside 1-0. Next pitch from Shea. Same spot, same result. 2 balls, no strikes now for Shea. Fourth pitch of the at-bat. It's going to be a ball inside following a strike, so 3-1 count here for Shea. Shea winds up and deals. Nice pitch on the outside corner, and that's going to bring us to a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Doomstra, the hitter, the leadoff hitter here for the Tigers, and this pitch will be chopped, a fastball in. It's going to be chopped down the third base line. 9-6 your score. Pacers with 10 hits. Hampden Sydney with 3, the big one being that 3-run home run by Jonathan Treisler back in the 2nd inning, which is what gave Hampden Sydney that lead that they held on to till the bottom of last inning, the 5th inning. And now this is going to be a leadoff walk for Doomstra. Shea with 34 pitches to his credit so far off the Pacer bullpen. That'll bring up Jonathan Treisler, who had that 3-run home run. Nice pitch, nice pick by Shea. And Doomstra's canned at first base. And that's out number 1. Nice move there for the lefty, Brendan Shea. As quick of a left-handed pickoff move as anybody on this squad, and that is out number 1 with Jonathan Treisler up at the plate. Squares up and pulls back, and that'll be ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here with 1 out. Fastball right down the middle for strike number 1. So it'll be 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out after the pickoff move from Shea to nail Doomstra over there right after being walked. Nails him over at first base. And as we speak, there's strike number 2 looking for Shea. 1-2 count with 1 out here for Jonathan Treisler, senior from Chesterville, Virginia. Shea deals and a fastball well off the plate taken. Now leaving things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shea winds up and deals. This one low. Swung over, dropped by the catcher. Throw in time down to Tyshawn Barrett at first base. And just like that, after a pickoff move and now a strikeout swinging, Shea finds himself with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. That'll bring up Mark Evans, sophomore out of Yorktown, Virginia. And what could be a bang, 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 3 outs here for Shea in the top of the 6th. First one outside, swung and missed. Good job here for Shea with an outside location there, just on the black. Second pitch of the bat, swung at and missed. And Shea absolutely rolling here as he's got an 0-2 count on Mark Evans as he's 1 pitch away from the 3rd out. He deals, and there it is, 3 straight missed. And Brandon Shea, hell of an inning. Pick off at first, and then bang, bang, 2 more outs, and that's going to do it here for the top of the 6th here from Cary. Pacers still on top 9-6 as they head to the plate. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Justin Woodall, right-hander freshman from Mechanicsville, Virginia. He'll be the new pitcher here for Hampden Sydney as we get things started here in the bottom of the 6th. Pacers scored 6 runs in their last attempt at this thing from the plate, and that ultimately gave them a 9-6 3-run lead. As they now have 10 hits, this will be Alex Seaton, the second baseman, at the plate. He's 0 for so far today. Next pitch to Seaton is fouled away. That'll be 1 ball, 1 strike. Seaton, a transfer in last season from Barton College, hit just around 300, just under it for the year last year. And now he hits a routine ground ball out to Treisler at shortstop. Throw in time gets Seaton, and that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Logan Barber. Barber, the DH here for the Pacers today. He scored 1 run himself. He's 0 for 2. That one time he scored, he got on by a walk. Now he takes a ball in the dirt. Breaking ball, that'll be ball number 1. No strikes and 1 out. Nobody on here for the Pacers. Next pitch drilled out to center field, but it won't quite have enough to get over the head of Doomstra, and that'll be out number 2 fairly quickly here for Justin Woodall, fresh off the Hampden Sydney bench. Out of the bullpen. And after only 5 pitches into this game here for Woodall, he has 2 outs, nobody on. He'll face Jackson May, freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina, as that potential 3rd out of the inning. Breaking ball inside, and that's going to be strike number 2, an 0-2 hole already to Jackson May. May 1 for 2 so far today. He scored 2 runs. He's also driven in an RBI. 3 of those 9 runs he's responsible for, as this one's fouled over on the right side in a miscommunication, as that's going to drop in for a foul ball. So that count will stay right where it is at 0-2 here with 2 outs and nobody on for Jackson May. Pitch low and inside, and that'll be ball 1. 1-2 count here to Jackson May, the freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina, with 2 outs. Ball outside, and that'll even things up at 2-2. And now a solid ball hit out to shortstop. Treisler fields it, spins and throws. Good play there by the shortstop, Jonathan Treisler. And that'll end things here in the 6th inning. We'll head to the top of the 7th, where the Pacers will try to close this out with 3 outs. And that would put them at 2-0 here in this series, with game 2 today, game 3 of the series, coming up shortly following this game. 9-6 Pacers lead it as they go for the win when we come back. Brandon Shea back on the mound here for the Pacers as they go for the win here in the top of the 7th. They lead it 9-6 after that nice burst of offense in the 5th inning. 6 runs they scored there, and that ultimately gave them a 9-6 lead, and that score has stayed right where it is ever since. First pitch from Shea, inside for a strike. Second pitch drilled to right field. Andrew Kosiski, the catcher, the leadoff hitter here for Hampden Sydney, as that will be out number 1 out there to Gavin Taylor in right field for the Pacers. And now they are 2 outs away from this win here in game 2 of the series, game 1 of our doubleheader here today. That'll bring up Chase Counts, senior from Virginia Beach, North Carolina, as Hampden Sydney tries to get something going here late here in the top of the 7th. Shea goes to the windup and deals. A lot of his pitches have that nice cutting movement, cutting towards the outside. Good job there from Shea to get ahead. 0-1, no balls, 1 strike with 1 out. Next pitch low into the dirt. That'll even things up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Next pitch right down the middle, a fastball from Shea. Maybe enough room on the right side, but nobody will get there. As Gavin Taylor goes over the side there, trying to field that. 1 ball, 2 strikes now here to Counts. .44 pitches so far here from Brennan Shea, and what's been a really, really nice outing out of the Pacer bullpen. As he is now 2 outs away here from ending this and giving the Pacers their 5th straight win. And it would ultimately put them up 2-0 in this series. Shea, a breaking ball, and this one drops in, but just not enough, as that'll get a stunned sound from both the Pacer dugout and the Pacer crowd, and that'll take us to a 3 ball, 2 strike full count here with 1 out and nobody on for Hampden Sydney as they try to find a little bit of life here late. Shea deals, that's in there for strike 3, looking. 2 outs, Pacers 1 out away from going up 2-0 in this series. That'll bring up Matt Spagnolo, senior from Glen Allen, Virginia, in what would be potentially the last and 3rd out here for Hampden Sydney in game 2. Shea deals, first pitch of the at-bat, up for a strike. Gets ahead 0-1. Next pitch of the at-bat from Shea, outside on the black, and got enough of it. No balls, 2 strikes, and now Shea 1 pitch away from sending the Pacers up 2-0 in this series and giving them their 5th straight win. Ground ball to the left side. Fielded by Ward, and the Pacers complete the comeback with a final score of 9-6. Nice play. Hunter Ward to get it across the field in time. Pacers now up 2-0 in this series. This was game 1 of today's doubleheader, which will have game 2 of that duo here for you in just a little while. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break on the Pacer Sports Network. Pacers complete the comeback After scoring 6 runs, they went up 1-0 early in the first inning. Then Jonathan Treisler ultimately put Hampden-Sydney up 4-1 with a 3-run homer back in the second inning, and then it was all Hampden-Sydney up until the bottom of the 5th when the Pacers dropped 6 runs, took the lead and made it a 9-6 game, and that score stayed right where it was the rest of the way. Pacers win at 9-6. Game 3 coming up here shortly. We'll be back on the Pacers Sports Network. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Pacers Sports Network as we get underway here for Game 2 of this doubleheader here today. Pacers won Game 1, 9-6. That was actually Game 2 of the series. That put the Pacers up 2-0 in the series. Game 3 underway now. Robbie Casey on the mound for the Pacers today as he goes up 2-0 here with 2 back-to-back balls. There's strike number 1 from Robbie Casey. Casey, a transfer in last season from UNC Wilmington. He's also been to Pitt Community College, where a teammate and first baseman Tyshawn Barrett is a transfer out of this year with his first year with the Pacers, and that's going to be a out number 1 out to Gavin Taylor in right field. And that's going to be the first out of our game here today. A little colder now than it was earlier. Now up for Hampden Sydney will be Andrew Kasiski, the senior out of Chesapeake, Virginia, as he will see strike number 1 taken here from Robbie Casey. Casey off to a nice quick start. The Game 3 starter for the Pacers gets ahead now 0-2 on a swing and a miss. Kasiski in a quick 0-2 hole. Casey breaking ball away, and Kasiski will spit on that one. That'll be ball 1, 1-2 count. That's strike 3 down into the dirt, swung over by Kasiski, and Casey has 2 quick outs in his opening inning here in game number 3 of the 3-game series between Peace and Hampden Sydney. Peace up 2-0 in that series following yesterday's 5-3 win in 17 innings. And then prior to this one today, a 9-6 victory in game 2. And now Casey, the starter for game 3, up with quick 2 outs. He'll throw ball 1 here. Chase Counts, the 3-hole hitter for Hampden Sydney, up a ball, no strikes, 2 outs, no runners on here for the Tigers in the top of the first. 2 sevens here in this doubleheader today, and now a firm ground ball down to Logan Barber at third will be mishandled. That'll be an error. And that will put Chase Counts, the senior from Virginia Beach, Virginia, on first base here with 2 outs in the top of the first. That'll bring up Matt Spignolo, senior from Glen Allen, Virginia. As Barber will get dealt the error on that last play that put Counts on first. Spignolo will take an inside ball, number 1, 1-0 count with 2 outs. And Chase Counts out on first base here for Hampden and Sydney. Strike 1 swung through, and Casey evens things up here with 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch is swung on and hit down the third base line, out of play, foul. Now that'll be the second strike of the at-bat to Matt Spignolo. One-two pitch. Breaking ball tipped and caught by Cole Robbins, freshman catcher. And that'll do it here from the top of the first. Casey, good inning there for him. 1-2, and then a runner on first, and then the third out pretty easily. That's going to do it from the top of the first. We'll do it right here again on the Pacers Sports Network. Gavin Taylor will be the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the first. Pacers got out of the top of the first. No hits, no runs allowed. There was one error, which is how one runner got on first base. For Hampden-Sydney, he was left on. And now Gavin Taylor has himself a leadoff single to center field. Nice hit there. That'll bring up Nate Holt. He'll be the two-hole hitter. Trenton Tiller, right-hander, sophomore from Powhatan, Virginia. He'll be the starter on the mound here for Hampden-Sydney in Game 2 of today, Game 3 of the series. Next pitch to Holt. Will be in there for a strike. Taylor on the move, and he will swipe second. Now a ball and 2 strikes to Holt after the stolen base from Gavin Taylor. Next pitch, a breaking ball, and now a fly ball out to right field. And that'll be caught fairly easily. Taylor will tag up and take third. So good job with the sac fly there for Holt, and that'll move Taylor up into scoring position 90 feet away of potentially being the first run of the game for either side. That'll bring up the 3-hole hitter Tyshawn Barrett. Transfer in from Pitt Community College this season. Had a big game last game with a couple of triples and another single as well. Several RBIs, and he will be up here, and he'll take a fastball high for strike or for ball number 1 as he gets ahead of the count. One out here with Gavin Taylor 90 feet away in scoring position at third for the Pacers. Taylor will spit on a breaking ball just a little off the zone. Next pitch to Barrett. Big hack, swung through and missed. Next pitch to Barrett, fouled off over the Pacer dugout on the right side, and that'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. To Barrett, the Pacer first baseman. 2-2 pitch, outside fastball, swung through and missed, and they're finally able to take care of Barrett. And that'll be out number 2. That'll bring up Tate Proctor. Proctor, the DH today, or at least in this game for the Pacers. He'll check his swing on the first pitch of the at-bat, and it'll be a called strike right down the middle. 0-1 count with 2 outs. Gavin Taylor 90 feet away at third base after tagging up on Nate Holt's sac fly to right field. Next pitch to Proctor, a little high, and that'll be ball 1. That'll leave things up at 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs here in the top of the first. Swinging and a foul straight back over to the left side, and that'll be strike number 2, 1-2 count with 2 outs. to Tate Proctor, the DH for the Pacers here in Game 3 of the series with Hampden Sydney. A fastball inside. That'll take us to a 2-2 count, 2 balls, 2 strike. Now this one fouled straight back over us here behind the backstop. And the count will stay right where it is at 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Soft ground ball to the right side. Counts will take care of this one, throw in time. That'll retire Proctor, the DH for the Pacers, and that will take us to the end of the first inning. No score, no hits there by anybody, just an error in the top of the first. We'll be right back and we'll get the second inning going here from Cary here right on the Pacers Sports Network. Ryan Clausen will be the leadoff hitter here for Hampden Sydney in the top of the second inning. Still no score. First pitch from Casey, starter on the mound here for the Pacers, will be high for ball number 1. There'll be a 1-0 count. Next pitch swung on and missed. Casey evens things up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Soft ground ball to the right side. Seaton, that'll actually be Loki out at second base. He will field that and take care of it and get the throw. Routine play over to Tyshawn Barrett, and that'll record out number 1. Nick Grahowski will be up next as he takes ball number 1, 1-0 count with 1 out here for Robbie Casey. Game 3 starter here for the Pacers, and this is a ground ball over to Logan Barber. Routine throw over to Tyshawn Barrett at first base, and that's quick 2 outs here for Robbie Casey in the top of the second. Hampden Sydney still looking for their first hit of the game. They did get a base runner last inning off of an error. There's still goose eggs on the board by both sides. That'll bring up Mark Curran, one of the relief pitchers in the last game. And he will be at the plate, and he'll take strike 1 high and inside, a fastball from Casey. Casey through the windup, second pitch of the at-bat, low and away. As Curran gets ahead early. 2 balls, no strikes here with 2 outs, nobody on. This one drilled to left field. And just at the warning track will be Jackson May to record the 3rd and final out of the top of the 2nd. Still no hits, no errors by anybody there, and no runs still by either side. We're going to head to the bottom of the 2nd. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Logan Barber will be up first here in the bottom of the 2nd. Here for the Pacers, still no score, 0-0. No hits by either side, just an error actually by Barber in the top of the 1st that put a runner on for Hampden-Sydney. Other than that, really nothing doing, and clean defense by both sides so far. As strike 1 is taken by Barber, and now ball 1 is taken by Barber. That'll even things up at 1-1 here with no outs in the bottom of the 2nd inning from Carey. Next pitch cutting away from Barber. It's high and outside for ball 2. Barber gets ahead here, 2-1. Next pitch also away and also a ball, and that'll extend things out to 3 balls and 1 strike. So things in favor of Logan Barber right here. Next pitch, a fastball cutting away from Barber. He takes a hack and pops this one into shallow right field. And Evans will take care of this, and that'll be out number 1. And that'll bring up Jackson May, who recorded the final out of the top of the 2nd. First pitch swung at and missed by Jackson May. May, a freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina. Gets down to a quick 0-1 count. Next pitch is low. Now leaving things up at a ball and a strike. Next pitch a little off the plate. That'll extend things to 2 balls and 1 strikes here for Jackson May. Bloop to shallow right field, and that'll be out number 2. As Mark Evans, sophomore right fielder, has recorded Both outs here in this bottom of the second, out there in shallow right field, shallow pop flies. That'll bring up Kyle Loki, the lefty. Second baseman for the Pacers takes a high fastball for ball number 1. 1-0 count with 2 outs, nobody on. Loki swings and misses there. A fastball right down the middle. It's 1-1 count with 2 outs. Still no hits for the Pacers. No hits for Hampden Sydney either. Loki swings and misses at a fastball yet again. Back-to-back swings and misses. And now Trenton Tiller finds himself 1 pitch away from getting out of this second inning fairly clean. After 2 shallow flyouts to right field. Now a foul straight back by Loki as he stays alive. 1-2 count, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. And Trenton Tiller trying to take this thing to the end of inning number 2. This one low into the dirt, and then leaving things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Loki. Fastball inside, skied to shallow left. Shortstop Jonathan Treisler will take it, and that'll be out number 3. Still 2 innings of goose eggs. No runs, no hits, just 1 error from the first inning by Pisa's side of things. We're going to take a short break, and we'll head to the top of the third right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Ethan Baden will get things started here for Hampden Sydney in the top of the third. Robbie Casey back on the mound for the Pacers. 22 pitches, now 23 here so far through 2 innings as he throws ball number 1 to Ethan Baden, sophomore from Richmond, Virginia. Now Baden takes ball number 2 high as well, 2-0 count. This one a little low for Casey, and now he's in a 3-0 hole as he's in danger of a leadoff walk. Now he gets it back in the zone in the outside corner. Strike number 1 taken by Baden. Now a 3-1 count. Still in favor of Baden. He'll likely be looking fastball. Gets one that looked like it was right down the middle, but it's taken for ball 4, and that's a leadoff walk for Ethan Baden. Jonathan Treisler, senior from Chesterfield, Virginia, who had that 3-run bomb over the left field wall in the second inning of Game 2 of this series, now up at the plate. He takes ball number 1 low and outside, 1-0 count with no outs. Ethan Baden out at first base for Hampden-Sydney after the leadoff walk. Casey deals another pitch, and this one's outside on the outside corner of the zone for a strike taken. 1 ball, 1 strike. Next pitch from Casey, pitch 3 of the at-bat, fouled straight back over the backstop, and now Casey in a nice spot with 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jonathan Treisler. Still Baden out at first base for the Tigers. No outs as of yet. Casey deals a breaking ball off speed, in and high, and it's going to be fouled over the Hampden-Sydney dugout. So 1-2, the count remains. Casey fastball inside, and that'll be 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, still no outs. Now a pickoff move. Baden slides back in at first. Casey a fastball high, and that'll make things full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Treisler looking to make something happen here with a runner on first. Ethan Baden after the leadoff walk. Still no hits by either side. No runs obviously as well. Just 1 error by the Pacers. Other than that, it's been straight goose eggs across the board. Next pitch from Casey, Baden on the move, and now that'll be back-to-back walks. Baden makes it to second, and Treisler will head up to first after the walk. That'll bring up Mark Evans, who has seen quite a bit of action out in right field on the defensive side of things, and now he'll get a crack at it offensively with a runner in scoring position. Baden out at second. Right fielder squares. First baseman Barrett fields it. Casey not there in time. And now that's going to load the bases with no outs after back-to-back walks. And now a bunt for a hit. That'll bring up Andrew Kasiski, the catcher. Now Hampden-Sydney in a good position here to make something happen and crack this thing open in the top of the third with no outs and bases loaded. The lefty Kasiski, a senior from Chesapeake, Virginia. Now this one gets away, ball 1. Wild throw into Casey covering the plate, and Ethan Baden will score, and that will have Hampden-Sydney striking first in this one now in the top of the third. 1-0. Both runners still out on the base pass move up. So now runners on second and third, still 2 in scoring position and still no outs with a 1-0 count. Now time called by Kosiski. Kosiski 0 for 1 with a strikeout in his first at bat, and he's got a good opportunity to redeem himself here with 2 runners in scoring position and a 1-0 count. He'll likely look fastball. Casey brings one, it's high, and it goes to the left field gap. And that'll score 2 quick runs for Hampden Sydney. Kosiski thought about taking second. He'll stay right where he is after they attempt to throw him out at first. And now here in the top of the third, Hampden Sydney finds themselves in a quick 3-0 lead. Still no outs, and that will bring up second baseman Chase Counts here with a runner on first. Counts 0 for 1 so far. Looking to change that right here after that's exactly what Kosiski did. Kosiski striking out in his first at bat, making a big impact there with 2 RBIs on the single. Tyshawn Barrett, a pop fly in foul territory on the right side. And that'll be a quick out number 1 with Kosiski still on first base following the 2-run RBI single. And that'll bring up Matt Spagnolo, senior out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Now Casey stopped mid-stride as Spagnolo calls a timeout and is awarded it. Still 1 out. Kosiski on first. The pitch gets away from Robbins a little, but he's able to knock it down and keep it in front. Kosiski will stay right where he is at first base. And now 1 ball, no strikes. Coming up here to Spagnolo with 1 out. Casey takes a few glances at Kosiski at first. Now a hard ground ball between short and third on the left side. Gets past the diving Barber, the Pacer third baseman, and that will be a 1-out single. That'll move Kosiski up to scoring position at second. And now Spagnolo will move up to first himself. That'll bring up Ryan Clausen Jr. from Moseley, Virginia with 1 out. And now pitching coach for the Pacers, Dylan Finks, will have a word with Robbie Casey. We'll take a quick break on the Pacers Sports Network. 1 out, 3-0 Hampden Sydney. So far, 40 pitches for Robbie Casey through 2 1/3 inning. As now he finds himself with a runner on first and second. Now a bunt. Ryan Clausen bunts and misses for strike 1. 0-1 count with 1 out. Runner in scoring position. Kosiski out at second. Spagnolo up at first base after the single. After goose eggs through 2 innings, now Hampden Sydney finds himself in a nice 3-0 lead following 3 hits this inning. Casey deals inside, and it'll be a ball. 1-1 count evens things up here with 1 out. Casey takes a look at second base. Now a breaking ball, a squared bunt pulled back, and it looked like a ball a little low, but it's going to be called a strike low, giving Casey the benefit of the doubt. 1-2 count with 1 out. Casey checks on second base, and now a ground ball to shortstop. Gets away from Parker Fernstrom, and that'll load things up. Bases loaded as Kosiski moves 90 feet away from scoring at third. Spagnolo moves up to second, and that being the second error here for the Pacers, that will put a runner on first base, that runner being Ryan Clausen, obviously after the ground ball to shortstop right there. That'll bring up Grahowski here with bases loaded and 1 out, and a really good spot for Hampden-Sydney after already scoring 3 this inning. Looking to add to that lead just a bit more before going into the bottom of the third. First pitch, a ball from Casey. This is Nick Grahowski at the plate, junior from Chesterfield, Virginia. Looking to crack things wide open here in the third inning, even more than they already have been. Breaking ball moves away and out of the zone. That'll be ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out here with bases loaded. Next pitch from Casey, good low and inside strike, swung over and missed. And that puts Grahowski in a 1 ball, 2 strike hole here with 1 out and bases loaded for the Tigers. And now a breaking ball catches the corner, and that's going to be out number 2, a strikeout looking. Bases still loaded. Mark Kern will be the next hitter, one of the relief pitchers for Hampden-Sydney last game, and now he's working on the offensive side. Catcher Curran, a freshman from Toano, Virginia, now has 2 outs and bases loaded. Casey deals a breaking ball, and it doesn't quite catch enough of the corner. It'll drop down and out for ball number 1, 1-0 count with 2 outs. Casey deals second pitch of the at-bat, inside fastball, ball number 2. So good hitters count here for Curran. With bases loaded, he'll likely be looking fastball.
1 pitch, 1 spot.
Pitch from Casey, a fastball in, and that's ball number 3. So Casey in danger of potentially walking in a run here as he faces Mark Curran with bases loaded and 2 outs. Pitch right in the zone, strike number 1, so 3-1 count. Curran still in control of the at-bat. Casey deals a good low, ooh, that's going to be ball 4. Looked like a good spot from here, but that's going to walk in run number 4 for Hampden-Sydney. They now lead at 4-0. As bases still loaded after that walk. It's now pitching coach Dylan Finks for the Pacers will now come back out, as that will likely do it for Robbie Casey. New pitcher coming in for William Peace. We'll take a quick break, and we'll get back to things here in the top of the 3rd from Cary. Hampden-Sydney leads it 4-0. Gerard Chalmer will be the new pitcher here for William Peace. He hasn't been back on the mound since last weekend in Game 3 of the series against Brevard, where the Pacers went in for the sweep, and he was definitely a big part of that coming out of the Peace bullpen. Pitched 3 innings, giving up no runs, only 2 hits. So he'll be the first one out of the Peace bullpen here in Game 3 of this series against Hampden-Sydney. He'll face Ethan Baden. First pitch from Chalmer, just a bit outside. And now a 1-0 count. Chalmer coming into this at a bit of a tricky situation with a 4-0 deficit and now bases loaded. Second pitch to Baden is a swung and miss strike. Good job from Chalmer there to get back into it 1-1 as that evens the count. Here with 2 outs and bases loaded. Chalmer comes set and delivers a fastball near the outside part of the zone, swung on and missed again, and so now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chalmer looking to get out of this, giving up no more runs than necessary, 4-0 so far. Chalmer, nice spot, same as the last. Better job by Baden to spit on it that time. That'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. And this is going to be a hit pitch. Too far high and in, and that'll nick the shoulder of Baden, and that'll bring in one more run. That'll score Matt Spagnolo, and that'll make it 5-0 Hampden Sydney here in the top of the third. Jonathan Treisler walked in his first time around. He ended up scoring one of those 5 runs here for Hampden Sydney in this inning alone. As he takes ball number 1 right there, 1-0 count with 2 outs, bases still loaded after the hit by pitch that brought across run number 5 for the Tigers. Chalmer delivers a fastball right down the middle for strike number 1, so that will even it up at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Okay, 1-4, here we go, bud.
Next pitch to Treisler will be out of the zone for ball number 2, 2-1. Fastball inside, and now Treisler well in control of the at-bat with 3 balls and a strike. He'll likely be looking fastball here, which makes this next pitch potentially very dangerous with bases loaded. And a high fastball is tipped back, still in play. Plenty of room there for Cole Robbins, and good job by Gerard Chamra to get out of what was a potential ugly situation coming in from the bullpen with bases loaded. And so after 5 runs, that'll be the first runs of the game by either side. Hampden Sydney up 5-0 after the top of the third. We'll be right back with the bottom of the third on the Pacer Sports Network. Freshman catcher Cole Robbins, who recorded that final out there in the top of the third in the pop fly and foul territory. He will lead things off for the Pacers here on offense. So they've got their work cut out for him as it is 5-0 Hampden Sydney up after what was a 5-run top of the third. A lot of walks that had something to do with that. Only 3 hits there for Hampden Sydney, but a mixture of hits and walks brought 5 runs across home plate. First pitch swung on and missed by Robbins. This one fouled back, so 0-2 quickly for Cole Robbins, and he finds himself in a hole already. No outs, nobody on, as this is the leadoff batter. Only one hit so far for Peace. It was Gavin Taylor to lead off the game. They haven't had a hit since then, and now a weak fly ball out to right field. And that'll be secured by Mark Evans, who's seen quite a bit of action already out there today. And there's out number 1 as Parker Fernstrom, the shortstop, will come in here with 1 out, bottom of the 3rd. Pacers trail 5-0.